Well, hello everybody. Good morning, everybody, wherever you are in the world. So this is Farid speaking from Morocco, Casablanca, and I'm very excited to welcome you everybody to the day 2 of the DevNet Express for Cloud Collaboration for IT professionals. And so in order to do that, I would like to go into a quick recap before everything, just to see what we did and what we achieved together yesterday. So yesterday, if you remember, after a warm welcome from our CTO and also a brief introduction from him for the DevNet ecosystem, we went right into the meat of our presentation and talked about Python and Git as a source management code, and about Python and about the IDE visual code. So it was a speedy introduction, if you might call it. So it was because to learn Python, some take days, you know, to have boot camp to talk about Python. It was a speedy one, but an introduction nonetheless. So we've talked about the most important concepts we will need in these 2 days. So then we did missions and challenges along the way just to learn and to really work with Python as a programming language in the IDE visual code. So after that, we went right into the business value of cloud collaboration, where we learned about Webex Teams as a collaboration solution and about the APIs related to it. And finally, we ended up with the Webex Teams extensibility and learned how we can integrate Webex Teams as a solution into our own workflows. So if you remember yesterday, we learned about the Webex Teams API token. I hope that everybody has his API token still copied. If not, you still have the link to go back and copy the API token and have it in handy. So this is basically a quick recap to day 1. Again, going on, looking back to yesterday, for some of you, it might have been a bit more speedier than others. But again, we only have 2 days and we want to make the most of it. So again, this is just a foretaste of what's coming and a foretaste for everybody for you to work with DevNet, with the DevNet ecosystem in the future. So now what I want to do is I want to introduce what we're going to have on the agenda today. So now to do that, so first of all, we're going to start with the Partner Innovation Challenge with our programmability lead in the region, Julio. And then after that, around 11 Saudi time, we're going to start the session for automating Webex Teams. So for the automating Webex Teams, we're going to really build on what we learned yesterday. So yesterday we learned how to work with Python, how as a programming language. We learned a bit about JSON, if you remember, as a data format. So we're going to leverage these concepts and work in this session basically on RESTful APIs. We're going to see what is a RESTful API, and then the different methods we have, how to use the RESTful API, the available RESTful API for Webex Teams to automate it, basically. So after that, we will have a break, lunch. And yes, after that, we are going to move on to the cloud integration services for Webex Teams. So if you remember yesterday, in the second session, we talked about the different integration we might have with Webex Teams. So one of the integration we have is cloud integration services like Zapier, and we will go through them. So it's a small session, but we will go through them and demo some available cloud integration services. After that, it's my favorite part. So we're gonna build a Webex Teams what? So this is actually the most interesting part. It's near the end. It's before the last session. So building up on what we've learned so far. So we've learned about RESTful APIs. We've learned how to get our API token. We learned how in the automating Webex team, we learned how to use Postman and send GET requests and POST requests to the Webex Teams Cloud API. So building on all of these, we're going to build our own Webex Teams bot. and that's part of the mission. So in all the sessions, automating Webex Teams, cloud integration services, and Webex Teams bot, we will have missions to complete. So at the end of each session, we will have a mission, and you will have, according to your own group, you will have, submit your own capture, or like submit your own integration if you manage to do it. If you don't manage, that's not a big deal. We're just here to learn. It's a learning environment. It's a safe environment for everybody. And we're gonna finish with Webex Teams app architecture. So before wrapping up, of course. So without further ado, I'm gonna hand over the microphone to our programmability lead, Julio, Mr. Julio Gomez, and he's gonna introduce us to the Partner Innovation Challenge as a challenge that will enable our partners enable our customers. So without further ado, I'm gonna stop sharing the screen. And to you, Julio.
Fantastic, many thanks. So let me just share my slides. And first of all, I would like to thank you. Thank everyone for being here, for attending this virtual DevNet Express. I know we are in very difficult times all across the world, and having this kind of initiative, it's absolutely fantastic. And we'd like to do more and more of this all across the region. So thanks a lot for being here and standing there with us. So my name is Julio Gomez, and I work on programmability in EMER. And today I'm here to talk about the fantastic Partner Innovation Challenge that we are announcing for our amazing ecosystem of partners all across the world. So this is the third year that we are running this type of challenge, this type of contest. And we are so proud of the results that we got in the last years that we just wanted to repeat it once again during 2020. So the Partner Innovation Challenge, or PIC, like you might see it in some other places, is based on the idea of, hey, how about we try to create opportunities for our partners so that they can start working on innovation by developing their skills around programmability. So anything driven by APIs and customer engagements that are driven by automation, innovation, and integration initiatives. So we want to make sure that we help you as much as possible and provide you with all the different tools like this DevNet Express or the Learning Labs in DevNet, or many other things that we have, sandboxes and many live events. All of that for you to be inspired about what is the art of the possible. Because at the end of the day, it's very easy to come with ideas, but the magic is in how you map those ideas into real things, in this case, into real prototypes that address real customer business challenges. And that's where the magic resides, when we have partners that can actually do that. So I like this quote from Mark Twain that says, "The thunder is impressive, but what really is magic is the lightning." That's actually what does the work. So we want to make sure that you get all the tools that you need to make sure that lightning is successful. So that's the mission of the Partner Challenge. If you think about it, the objectives that we have specifically for this kind of is we want to make sure that we inspire you to do things, but also that we reward you in these first steps into programmability. So the 2020 Innovation Challenge has right now $300,000 in prizes for winners across the world, so that we make sure that you are rewarded in terms of the investment that you do, and we reward our best partners with the most innovative ideas. On the right part of the screen, you can see the results of the Partner Innovation Challenge during 2019. You can see the three winners that we had there. And honestly, I mean, they came up with amazing ideas, and they were able to prototype those and show why they were really business relevant, why they were addressing real pain points for our customers, and how that could be expanded to address all the customers with the same kind of pain points. We also want to make sure that we provide you with visibility about what you have created. And that's why winners of this innovation challenge will be shown at Partner Summit, announced there, and they will be on stage just demonstrating and showing what they have built themselves. So it's a great opportunity as well for you to be at the biggest Cisco event for partners and showcasing what you have done to your peers and maybe other companies that might be interested in purchasing that solution from you. So it's a good opportunity also for that. We want to make sure that we support you in this path so that everything that you build on top of our Cisco APIs is fully supported by our own approaches, so that you get all the support in the back from Cisco. We want to make sure also that these new use cases that you create are driven by real business needs that your customers have. And we want to make sure that we accelerate the creation of these practices with our solutions, our APIs, by providing you with all the tools that you might require in that path. So every learning lab that you might need, every sandbox that you might need, every live training event, all the enablement activities, webinars, all that kind of stuff that you might need, documentation for the APIs, everything should be available for you. So with that whole framework, we want to be sure that you are successful. What is the value for partners participating? Well, there are multiple values. Well, one of them is obviously that you get to showcase your innovations and demonstrate that you have a practice on programmability, that it's not that you just learn about Python and you know how you can attack a REST API, but rather you went the extra mile and you can actually create stuff, create new things that did not exist before, or can automate problems or tedious tasks that you were bored of doing every once in a while. So we also want to make sure that you create deeper connections into the developer community. We have seen that there are many partners that maybe they don't have a software factory, but we want to help you creating that connection into developers so that they can maybe prototype for you in case you're interested in following that approach. We are seeing this very successful approach with small partners that maybe are not, do not have the capability or the resources to create that software factory that others have, but they can just create that connection into developers, into the developer community, and work with them on prototyping. The third one is about strengthening your voice. We want to make sure that as soon as you get started with APIs, you get all the right connections inside Cisco, so that if there are further challenges that you have or blockers or whatever, you get the connections inside Cisco so that you can get them solved, so that we can help you and support you by removing those blockers and helping you finding the right for your customer pain point. Additionally, we would like to drive awareness of your team's abilities. Honestly, it's not only about learning something, but also about giving visibility that I can do that so that I can gain additional business. So we want to help you also with that part. And for me, the most important one is how can we monetize your innovation? How can we make it profitable? This is not a fancy exercise that we do as engineers because, we like APIs. It's something that we can actually monetize. We can really go to the market with this kind of solutions that actually are differential. It's only a few that are actually going into this path, while, we can differentiate those ones against the competition very, very easily. Just to give you an idea on margins, usually the margins that we see with classic activities driven by partners are around 30%, but we are seeing that API-driven activities, mainly based on automation and innovation, are around 80%. So there's a real profitability margin that you can actually do because of APIs and programmability. These are the prizes for the Partner Innovation Challenge. We have three main big prizes. The first one, $200K for the best use case that you submit. The second one is $75K, and the third one is $25K. So we have a total of $300K for the best three contestants that get with the best ideas and the best prototypes. In terms of dates, enrollment already began and it ends in mid-July. You can just go to this URL, cisco.com/go-ppe, to accept the terms and conditions and enroll on the program. The final submissions with the prototype and the documentation and so on are scheduled at the deadline for September 7th. And the winners will be announced, as I said, on Partner Summit in November. That's scheduled for November. So hopefully by November we can travel, and be there so that we can attend Partner Summit live. All the program details are available at cs.co/Innovation Challenge 2020. And if you get any questions, you can reach out to us at programmability-contest@cisco.com. So you will have all this information in the slides. No need to write anything. I will just forward you the slides so that you have those. But this is kind of the summary about what the Partner Innovation Challenge looks like, prices, and all the information about where you can find everything that you need. If we dig a little bit deeper into the deadlines, you can see step one is enrolling for the challenge. So enrolling means, okay, I'm going to participate. I'm going to be there. I'm going to accept the T's and C's. I just go here, say, okay, these are the people that will participate, put the names, boom, that's it. I'm enrolling for it. I don't have to submit any specifics on my ideas yet. It's just about enrolling. By that time, you start working on your solutions and your APIs. You ask questions, okay, about this and that, all the questions that you might have to this email. Then step two goes from mid-July to 7th of September. And then in that period, you have to send your final submission. And that, yes, that's the point in time where you need to include all the documentation and the prototype and the code that you have created, everything. So I will just give you also the template for the submission and the guidelines and everything. But that's kind of the time frame where you will be submitting your ideas. Then step three is where we evaluate all those ideas from worldwide. It's coming from everywhere. And we will have some regional evaluations completed, by October the 5th. So we will have roughly 1 month to evaluate those regionally. And then global evaluations will be complete by October the 25th. So, it will be just 20 more days until we complete the whole thing worldwide. And then in November of this year, we will be announcing first the regional winners on October the 9th, and then the global winners will be announced at Partner Summit on stage. So we will not be announcing them earlier, but rather on stage during the event. If we dig into the different steps, and just to give you some ideas, but this is more for your reference when you get the documentation. As I said, step one is enrolling in the challenge. Here it's about reading the contract and saying, yeah, I'm happy, with the T's and C's. I will just log in with my CCO ID and click on enroll. That's basically it. Nothing special or no special documentation that you need to provide at this stage. And this goes until July 5th. Step number two, if you remember, is where I said you really need to provide all the documentation. Well, here is the different sections that we expect. Basically, section one talks about who is the team, who are the people that are participating. It's important to mention that we have a maximum of 5 people per team. We don't want bigger teams. We want only 5 people working on a specific use case and prototype. Maximum, you can have 3, 2, whatever. Section 2 is providing an executive summary of the solution. So basically an abstract about what is the business driver and why you are doing this, and where are you going with it, and why do you think this is relevant. Section 3 talks about, what are the details of the business problem that you are solving, and what is the value that you perceive for customers. What is also the market opportunity? It's not a niche thing, but rather something that we can expand and and get to a number of opportunities, and also the future plans that you have for the solution. Section 4 talks about the details. Now we go into the technical components of the solution, what you have used, maybe some architectural diagrams showing the different pieces and how they interact with all the APIs that you are using. And obviously a complete list of all the Cisco APIs that you are using for this project. Let me remark here that the Innovation Challenge, obviously we want it to be focused on Cisco APIs, but it's not exclusively for Cisco APIs. If you have other APIs, maybe you are using Google Sheets or Salesforce, all those APIs are also great candidates to interact with the Cisco APIs. And last section is section 5, where we talk about a video. We would really like to see a 10-minute video, orientative, okay? 10-minute video of your solution. Working, what's the value that you see, how you build it, maybe some testimonials, all that kind of stuff. And we want you to make sure that you include the demo of the working code, so the prototype that is actually working, and include the working prototype itself so that we can see that it's actually something real. Obviously, we consider additional benefits that you just maybe put this into a proof of concept lab. Like, okay, yeah, we took it into a lab and we made it work. And maybe even we got into our customer and put it to work there in pseudo production or staging just to see how it interacts with the real network. All of that brings additional points to the contest. After that, step number 3 is where we will be evaluating this. So you might be asking me, what is the criteria? Well, the criteria is we have a maximum of 100 points. And we will be evaluating those 100 points into different sections. So we will be giving more value to innovation and creativity. So how innovative you are and how creative you are in terms of what you ideate. Then we go into the technical achievement, how you have implemented that. Another 20 points for customer benefits. What is the real benefit that we see for customers out there, and if it's really addressing a real customer business challenge. 10 points for the market potential, if it can be expanded or applied to different environments. And then also, of course, 10 points for what is the quality of the software, the product that you have created, and so on, and the code. And also about the presentation skills, where you are pitching what you have created. So we want to make sure that we reward that as well. All of this will be reviewed by a team of experts. We are focused only on programmability, so we are definitely positioned to evaluate this, and we have been doing it also in the past for other similar contests. In terms of the eligibility criteria, well, I have put this for reference, but basically it says that the partner needs to be in good terms, not bankrupt. You cannot opt out of communications, because then we cannot communicate with you. There can only be one submission per partner GOID level, so basically per country, per company. A maximum 5 core team members, that's what we expect. And if you have multiple proposals, it will be your partner account manager, the one that will be able to help you decide on what is a single one, because we want one proposal per partner per GOID. Basically, that's the eligibility criteria. Very simple, nothing special. And finally, I've included here some links in this slide for you, so that you can have all the references where you can find additional materials, how you can gain access to developer.cisco.com, or if you're interested in using Webex Teams or Meraki, all of that is here. How you can access the sandboxes if you don't have a lab. All of that is included here so that you can gain access and get started with it. With that, I am done. Questions?
Thank you very much, Julio. Obviously, all the attendees are on mute, but definitely if there's any questions, anything like this. We got a question about the link for the partner to submit. So I just got that coming to the text right now. So can you share the link with us so we can post it over to them?
You mean the Innovation Challenge one or the Partner Summit one?
Yeah, the Innovation Challenge.
Innovation Challenge. Let me just share it again.
So they can all have a look at it.
Yeah, it's the first one here, cs.co/2020 Innovation Challenge, all small letters.
Great, thank you. And just want to kind of make sure of the deadline. So May 15th, the question that was asked also was May 15th, it's just the enrollment, is not the actual submission, right?
July 15th, it's for the enrollment, only accepting the T's and C's. And then until 7th of September, it's when you need to submit the actual content. But until July 15th, it's just enrolling.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Good.
Let's check if there are any questions here coming in. I think we're all good. So I think in that case, Julio, we want to thank you very much for coming in today. I know we very much appreciate all your help, and also making sure that we promote this Partner Innovation Challenge, and to get as many partners to submit their customer challenges as possible.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much for helping us out with this. Thank you
very much, and good luck, everyone. There are big prizes out there. Let's celebrate together at Partner Summit. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. So we're kind of good with this one. I will share the everything that you've actually seen is actually being recorded. Obviously, it's on YouTube. If you want to really capture that, we will post the link as well for the Partner Innovation Challenge in the main space. So you should be able to see what's actually there, what are the timelines, and so forth. I know I mentioned probably May 15th. That one got pushed, luckily for July 15th yesterday. So that's the new date, which is good. So we have more time to really have a look at this thing, which is great news for us. Now, moving forward to the next item on the agenda. So we want to start with the first session. And to really talk about the first session and what we're going to do about it, I'll hand it over to Anas. We'll really kind of do that introduction part, and we'll do that first session. So Anas, it's over to you.
Thank you, Iman, and good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you again for joining today's session. It will be a really interesting one. We will go through exciting topics. For those who don't know, this presentation, I'm going to deliver it with Prono, my colleague Prono. My name is Anas Dalla. I'm the system engineer based in Saudi. Today, I'm going to take you through the automating the Webex teams. Actually, what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the RESTful API. Then you're going to use the Postman to generate the APIs, and building Python requests using APIs as well, and chat ops with Webex, and then Cisco Sparks. And there is a mission. Please do remember one thing. When you need to use the token that you have yesterday, you just need to refresh it because it's expired every 12 hours. Because I think you might hit this issue whenever you go and try to use the same token that you had yesterday. Just go and refresh that one. This is the first note. So what's the rest? It's representation state transfer. What that mean? It's basically an API framework built on top of HTTP. In other words, it's another use of the HTTP itself. As you know from yesterday, that the APIs is one of the important things that gonna stay with you as you are DevNet or are doing codes or developing, because it's very important part. And there is another many platforms or many API frameworks, let us say, that you could use. For example, you could use RESTconf, NetConf, XML, RPC, JSON, RPC, and the rest is one of the most important tools frameworks. Why? Because it's designed for network applications and very simple and reliable, scalable, and powerful as well for the network applications. So we're going to talk today on the REST and what's the REST and how you're going to use it. Let me start with how it works. Basically, the REST is based on HTTP, as we mentioned, that you send a request to software, basically software talking to software, where you send a request to a software, then that software start processing your requests, and then send you the result of your requests. So basically, it's 3 steps. You send a request, that request will be processed, and then you will get a response. And based on that response, you can get, or based on your request, you get the response. Either that response will be accepted. We're gonna go through now what are those responses you could get, but you just need to understand this is how it works. You send the request that get processed from the other software, and then you get the response back. Something you need to understand exactly with the URI, because as we mentioned, it's based on HTTP, so there is a URI. So you need to understand what's the part of what are you requesting and how you do your request. It's actually 4 parts. First one is the HTTP or HTTPS, which is defining the source, the port that you're gonna send the request over, either HTTP or HTTPS if it's secure. So basically, in default, either 80 or 443, and it could be a customized port. Then the server host, or what's the link that, or to whom you are going to send this request. What's the IP address of the machine or the software that you are sending that request. In this case, we are sending, for example, to maps.google APIs.com. So this is the first part of the URI MEA in every API that you're going to send. Then what's the resource? Here we're and again the resource, which is mean that you what the location of the data that you wanted inside this let us say the dictionary. For example, I'm looking for that book in this dictionary. So basically, or I'm looking on this words, or I'm looking for this specific place. So the location. Then you can send the parameter. The parameter in this example is the address San Jose. So then you get the piece of the parameters that you are sending. So it's 4 parts: the port, the host IP address, then the resource that you are looking for, and then which exactly parameter inside that resource you are looking for inside this URI. Those are the 4 parts in the URI that you get. And what those methods you could send using REST, you could send uh, different verbs, let us say, and there is purpose for each one. So, for example, here in our example post, you can send either post. What that mean? That mean you're gonna create a new thing in that library. For example, in this example, if we need to imagine it, you have a library and then you create a new book. So post will create a new book in this example. Get, that's mean you're gonna get list of those library. For example, I want to know what are the books in those library. So it will give you the information about those books inside this library for our example here. And then put and patch, both of them as to do update, but there is a difference here. Basically, with put, you modify, for example, a book, and with patch you could modify an author of a book. So the patch basically to modify small thing inside this book, and the put is to modify the entire book, for example. So both of them do modifications, but each one is we use it for different purpose. Then the delete from its name, it's very clear. You need to delete that book, or you need to delete that object inside the software. So those very important by the way, because you're gonna use them as long as you are doing an API's calls using REST. So what you can expect whenever you send the REST or API, there is something called status code. With that status code, you can understand either that software accepted, created, or you have an issue. Those are the list. For example, the most important thing you need to understand that 200 that's mean it's okay. 201 that's mean the new resources that's created you have sent. 400 means bad request. 401 you might see it if you did not update. For example, you're talking for today, you will get 401. That means you are not unauthorized. The token that you are using is unauthorized to access the data or to access that platform. Then 403, 404 is not found. The server is not found maybe, and then 500, 503. Those are the different state code you could receive whenever you send an API call to a software. And very important thing that you need to have whenever you want to create an API call, you need to make sure that those things are set correctly, because otherwise either you're gonna get unexpected format from your request, or you are not going to get a request. For example, the content type, what the type of the content you need to specify it in your body and in your request. For example, it's application JSON, it's JavaScript, whatever is the content type that you are sending, and what the type of the content you could accept. So how you're gonna receive this content. And authorization, basically the authorization could be different methods of authorization, auth2, auth1, different type of authorization. Then you use the token that you are using. Otherwise, you're gonna get the code we just mentioned here, which is 401, and then the date of that request. So basically, those are really important whenever you need to create an API call. Let me show you one thing here, because you're gonna use, I think, in the lab the JSON, or sorry, the Postman. And the Postman that you're gonna use here, for example, this is the Postman that you're gonna use within your lab. The method of the send that you could get post, push, or delete, or patch, whatever. And then you have URI here in the Postman. I think all of you just downloaded the Postman itself, right? Okay. And then you're gonna put the content type as we mentioned. That here it's JSON, the authorization code, and you could get the accept here, which is JSON. Then you send. You will receive the status code over there, and then you get the response file. Okay. Those are the things that you're gonna receive during your lab. You're gonna practice during your lab, and you can go to your lab as well. Here is the exercise. We're gonna do it after my colleague finish the presentation. You will do the labs as well. So now let us go to Kahoot exercise. Please be ready. Can you see the screen? We'll give it more 10 seconds and we'll start. You can see people are coming in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll start now. So the first question will be, which is not an HTTP method? You should get it 100%. It's very simple. Great. Yeah, it's HTTP clone because, as we mentioned, post, get, patch, and the put as well is not there. Second question. Come on. Yes. First one is next. REST API work with yes, XML and JSON. For those, the answer JavaScript. There is no JavaScript data format actually, and there is no XML. And this is I don't know what's. Okay, Najib. Next. What does HTTP state code 201 stand for? 100%. I don't know why you also need it. Which is correct, by the way. Next, true or false? Port service is collection of open protocols and standard used for exchange data between application or system. 100% correct. Yeah, which is expected. Let's see who is the winner. And the winner is. Okay, congratulations. With this, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you again for your time and participating, and I hope that was a useful API session or REST API sessions actually. Please continue the lab during the day. Thank you. I will hand it over to Bruno, who will continue the next part of the presentation for today. Bruno, it's yours. Can you hear us, Bruno?
Bruno, I believe you're still muted. Okay, no, I'm muted.
Yes, thank you very much. I was on mute. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bruno Schultz, and I'm a systems architect based all the way in South Africa. Good afternoon to some of you as well, I believe. So I'm going to take you through a few more topics in this section of automating Webex teams. And the next topic we're going to talk about is generating Python Webex Teams API code using the Postman tool. So for this portion, I'll switch directly to Postman. And as Anas has just taken you through, this is the way you can test against certain APIs in a graphical format. Although with Webex Teams, you will have seen that the documentation itself at developer.webex.com offers you an interactive way of working with the APIs as well. However, in cases that APIs don't offer that, this is a good tool, Postman, to be able to test against those APIs. So just to familiarize ourselves with the layout of Postman once again, is that this is the request window on the right-hand side. And we have various methods that we can invoke. So for this demonstration, we'll use the get method.
Yeah.
And right next to that, we'll enter. Yes.
Can we get a slight more zoom in for the attendees to see?
Is that better?
And one more, maybe. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Yaman. So the URL format, as we've just been shown, is made up of a few components. In the case of Webex, we have the server name all the way up to v1, and then followed by the resource, which could be rooms, it could be people, etc. And then after that, we have some query parameters. Nonetheless, you have to always remember to obviously have your token, your current token. It expires after 12 hours. So make sure you go and copy a new one today as part of the authorization. And then we have run this already, but I'll run it again. And what we're doing is we're getting a list of rooms in my Webex Teams account. And it's sorted by last activity. So the ones that have recently been used. And we're listing a maximum of 5. And we'll get a JSON response in the window below with exactly 5 items in here. Okay. So the key thing here is that we'd like to generate some Python code and see what that looks like. So there's a neat feature in Postman and the Postman client in that you can click on this code link and immediately be offered not only Python, by the way, but if you look on the left-hand side here, we have many different types of code that can be generated. For the purposes of this demonstration, we'll be using the Python code, and you'll see this is what has been generated. Now, this is very awesome because this code actually works. if you copy and paste this, and we'll do exactly that, we'll just take this, copy it, paste it into a Python file. And for that, we can move to Visual Studio Code, and we'll just paste it. So I've just created an empty file here. It's called code from postman.py, a Python file. And I've just pasted the code generated from Postman into this area. So let me clear my terminal so that we can run this and see what we get. Now, as you can see, I hope it's large enough. I'll try to make it a little bit bigger. We've executed the code that was given to us by Postman, the Python code, and we've run that. And now we get essentially JSON output equivalent to what we saw just now in Python. So without writing a single line of Python code, we've managed to actually create a Python script that interacts with the Webex Teams APIs. There will be a hands-on exercise in the lab to come. As Anas did mention earlier, what we'd like to do is run through the slides first, and then we'll give you some time at the end to start working on these labs. The objective of this lab will be to obviously use Postman code generation feature. So you'll have to get your requests right in Postman, and then you'll be able to copy the Python generated code from Postman and run it in Python. Things to consider, of course, are the structures, Things to consider, of course, are the structures of your API URL patterns, obviously your developer access token, and maybe even consulting the interactive documentation developer.webex.com for reference. Now, the next topic is building Python requests to read and create Webex Teams API items. Okay, and I'm just going to take you through some sample code to illustrate to you what this basically looks like. So when we're trying to interact with the APIs through Python, what's very important is that we have to import the Python requests library. This requests library basically allows to have HTTP methods at our disposal to be able to then invoke them and interact with the APIs. So that's the first line you'll always encounter. The second thing we do is we create a variable, in this case, API URL. And remember that this is just a name that we give, so it's not particular to the Python language, it's just a name. And then to that, we assign the actual URL that we'll be using. That is it. We have to define also a variable with our access token. So again, this is just a name, and the variable is actually a string. We've just copied and pasted our access token from developer.webex.com. This is a comment in Python in green with the hash. So we're creating a Python dictionary type variable, which will hold the HTTP headers. So again, this is just a variable, but it is of type dictionary. We have two key value pairs, right? The first one is content type as the key, and the value is application/JSON. And then the most important thing here is the authorization key value. So the authorization is the key, and the value here is bearer with a white space, and then simply referencing the access token that we've created, the variable that we've created. This is another comment here in our script. And what we're going to do now is define query parameters to filter the results coming back from Webex Teams. So this is an optional line, by the way. So we define another variable, and it's a dictionary, as you'll see as well with the curly braces. And in this case, we are going to sort by last activity. So meaning that whatever comes back, we want to sort by the last activity, so the most recent activity team. And we're going to have a maximum of 2 results in this case. We then create another variable called response. And this is where we actually invoke the get method from the requests library that we imported earlier. And we pass some parameters in there, most notably the URL item that we created above, okay, and the header information, HTTP headers. That's this dictionary with our authorization token, access token, and a filter, which I said was optional. And in this case, we defined it as a dictionary. We're sorting by last activity, maximum of 2 results in this case. And from then on, we're just printing the response. A status code, which was just discussed by Anas just now. So we've got the 200, the 400, and the 500 series codes. 200 means it returned OK. And then we're also going to print the actual response. So this is all that script is doing. I'm going to just create a bit more space in my terminal window. And then we will execute the script. And this is what we get. We get a 200 OK because we asked for that over here as we printed the response.status code. And then the next item we get is the actual response.text. And that is basically formatted in JSON. And it's going to give us 2 rooms basically that we asked for. Okay. The next example will be how to write a post request in Python. And once again, we can take a look at some code. What's nice is that it's very similar to what we've just seen from the GET request. Same structure, probably one major difference here. We import the request library. We create a variable with the URL to access the API. In this case, we're posting a message, so we're using the messages resource. We still define a variable with the access token. We still define a variable with the headers, and that's where we put in our access token. The only new thing here is that we now have a body. It's a dictionary, so this is a variable name. It's a dictionary that contains 2 items in this case. The person or the room to which we are sending the message as the first key and value. And then the second key and value is basically the text we're sending. And in this case, we're sending hello. We then run this request, this post request, with the parameters we've defined above. We once again print the status code that comes back in the response, and we print the text. And once again, I will create some space in the terminal and we will run this. Here you see the result, 200 OK, as expected. We print, that's that print statement over there. And then the second print statement is some JSON, which does something. So for that, I'm going to show you what it does in Webex Teams client itself. We said that we were going to send a message to the To-French translator bot. The message was hello that we sent via our script, and the bot responded with a translation. Bonjour. Okay, and that summarizes how to do a simple post using APIs. There will be a hands-on exercise to practice this as well. And once again, we will do that at towards the end of this session. The next topic is about chat ops with Webex Teams in Python. So how do we basically create a bot that is going to have its own personal identity, and with the associated code that you run in Python, it's going to do some stuff, all right? So the first important thing is we need to create this identity. We need to create a bot account. And once again, this is done in developer.webex.com, where you find all the documentation. You will click on your avatar and go to My Webex Apps, create a new app, and in there you will have 3 options. You can create an integration, you can create a bot, you can create a guest issuer. And in this case, we are interested in creating a bot. And you would have to enter a name for this bot, a unique username, so it can't be the same as any other bot. And to it will be appended this @webex.bot. You can assign any kind of icon or upload one of your preference and add a description. After clicking on Add Bot, you will actually get the access token for this bot. Important to note is that the access token for this bot is valid for 100 years. So that is something you can use in your apps indefinitely, unlike the other access token that lasts for 12 hours for persons. There will be another hands-on exercise as well, and I think this could be optional because there is actually at the end a mission that we would like you to attempt, and I'll share some details about that just now. And then finally, exploring the Webex Teams SDK Python library. So the Webex Teams SDK Python library essentially makes life easier. What is the definition of an SDK? It's defined as a set of development tools which allows you to create an application for a certain platform. So it's basically tools that assist in productivity and make things easier for you. So there are a few steps in installing the SDK. You'll need to open a terminal window, and then you'll need to pip install the library with this command, okay, which is in the lab. And that will simply either update your existing SDK if you have one installed, or it will install the latest version of the SDK, and then you're done. What are the operations that are accessible in this? What are the API operations that are accessible in this Webex Teams SDK? We have a number of subclasses, and these are arranged just in the same way as the APIs are arranged in Webex Teams. So for example, with rooms, you can list rooms, you can create, you can get, update, delete. For people, you can list people in a room, for example, or in a team. For messages, you can list messages in a room, you can create, you can get and delete, etc. So this very much, these subclasses map to, and the methods map to exactly what you will find in your documentation, API reference documentation. And here we go. We've got, for example, rooms, we've got roles, we've got people, we've got all of that is exactly the same, teams, etc. All of that is exactly what is being built into the Webex Teams SDK API. This is community created, and it will assist you in simplifying your code, writing way fewer lines of code to be able to achieve an objective. There is a lab associated with this. I would encourage you to do this one because working with the Webex Teams API will then mean that you don't have to do the request libraries and so on. It is now time for a Kahoot. So let's switch to that. Let's give it a few more seconds. Five seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Which method from the Python request library would you use to create a room in Webex Teams? It is the post method, indeed. Well done, MJG. The next one is a true or false question. Query parameters in a get method act as filters to the query and are optional. That should be easy. That is true. We have gang at the top of the leaderboard now. How long is a Webex Teams bot's access token valid for? Should be easy if you were listening. 100 years is the correct answer. The one that's valid for 12 hours is the access token that you use for yourself. Well done, gang. True or false? The Webex Teams SDK helps you get things done faster. This is very easy. Well done, indeed. It's a productivity enhancement, making life easier. Third place, Yanis, well done. Hussein, second place, well done. Gang, first place, well done. Okay. Now for the mission, and I would suggest that you try to do this because it will kind of wrap a lot of the content up in one place. And if you can successfully do the mission, you'll have covered a lot. So the objectives: use what you've learned to pass this mission by debugging and fixing a broken Python script. So there's a bit of debugging potentially in VS Code, and of course you'll be working with REST API. Just to recap, what have we learned in this module? What is a REST API? We've covered that. Using Postman to make API calls, it's a great tool. Using the Webex Teams interactive documentation, that is also a great tool. And of course, anytime that you're working with APIs, you need to read up about how they work, understand how they work. The documentation is an important place to go. Chat ops with Webex Teams and Python is something we discussed, how to create a bot. And then exploring the Webex Teams SDK Python library. That wraps up our session now, and I think we can give you some time to, I don't know how much time exactly, Yaman, maybe you can just confirm that, but to get into the labs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Just looking at the schedule that we have. So you can say we'll come back at 15 after the hour. So you have roughly 35 minutes.
Great. I'll post a link to the lab into the general space.
Thank you. And again, team, just like we did yesterday, the way that we'll do it is we're going to have you being breaking out into one of the groups that we have. So yesterday we have 4 groups. Today we'll do the same thing. In each group, we'll have proctors who will be there with you on the line to really answer any questions. So we'll actually stop the talking here on the event and we'll go to the breakout rooms just to make sure we kind of capture any questions, anything they need that help out with. And make sure you do the missions because we want to get some of these winners at the end to be rewarded. So we're looking forward to all the people who are going to do the missions. The top 3 will get something at the end as a gift card. So we're really looking forward to people who complete the missions. We should see these submissions coming in over and would love to really see these outcomes. So there's a space specifically created for missions. And whoever completes these missions should really submit in that space and we should start seeing the outcomes as well. If you have any questions at any time, just let us know. Ask one of the proctors or ask in the space and we'll be happy to help you. All right. So we're kind of done with this part. So just want to kind of make sure that you had the chance to do the labs. So obviously, as you've seen, is there was a lab and there was a mission as well at the end. So we want to make sure that you got the chance to really fix the code for the mission, and then be able to then once this is done, is to really be able to run your Python code and being able to recreate the team and the rooms and so forth as per the mission guidelines. So if you've completed the mission, if you can just make sure that submission is happening, or send it from your code to say to the room ID you happen to be in. So each one has a room ID, and then group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4, or to the mission space. So if you just kind of send a message to that space, that will be good. So we can capture people who've actually completed their mission as well. Are there any questions? If you have any questions at any time, just let us know. We'd be more than happy to address them and really kind of help out with these ones. So we very much appreciate you taking the time to do the missions. And we still have time to really continue on the other items. Now, check in with the schedule. Right now, we have a 30-minute break. So this is going to be our main break for the day. So we'll want to give you that time. So if you'd like to really take a break right now or continue work on the missions, that's perfectly fine. Once we're really done after this thing, we're going to come back and we'll continue on with the next session. So after the automating Webex Teams session and coming back from the break, we're going to tell you about the cloud integration services in this case. So that will be our next session coming up at the 45-minute mark. So right now it's 15 or 16 minutes. So in roughly 29 minutes, we'll come back and we'll actually continue on with the next item, which is got to do with the cloud integration services. Sounds good? So I think if everyone is completed with their work and everything is done, we'll take that half-an-hour break. You can continue doing the labs if you want to. The proctors will still be there to support you. But if you want to take that break and come back, you're more than welcome to do that. And we'll catch with you at the 45-minute mark in this case. Thank you. I'll just be posting the timer one more time so you know exactly when we should be back. All right, so we're back. I think everyone got the chance to work on the missions and hopefully got also a short break. So you can relax a little bit or grab something and be back. So I think right now we're set. I hope everyone got the chance to rework on the automating Webex teams. There were actually 4 labs and you got then the mission at the end. And the mission was basically for you to create a team and then have the team ID, then create spaces under that team or rooms under that team. And then we said, if you want to do a little bit more, additional integrations, you can actually put this thing to read it from a file, create these ones and assign people to teams as you've seen in the mission. So it was a really kind of a cool thing. And everyone who's actually been completing this thing and working on this thing would be adding you to the mission space so you can see and post your mission results in that case. Now it's time to move on. So we want to talk about cloud integration services, how you can have additional things being done and integrated in that case. And for that, we have 2 speakers for this session, Lucy and Mohammed Hashimi. And hand it over right now to Lucy, who will really walk you through everything about cloud integration services APIs. And it's over to you, Lucy.
Chairman, let me share my screen. Okay, so I'll be taking you through cloud integration services. I'm sure in the previous sessions, the business value of Cloud Collab, you've had one of my colleagues talk about integration platform as a service. So these are the platforms that we are going to be talking about for the next few minutes. So when you're looking at integration platforms as a service, these are basically platforms that allow you, they provide you a platform to provide automation such that you can be able to integrate or connect different web applications. So some of the integration platforms as a service available is Built.io, If This Then That, Zapier, and I'm sure there are quite others. So for today's session, our focus is on Zapier because that's what we'll be using in the labs, as well as for the missions. So looking at Zapier, so Zapier is an online automation tool that connects your favorite apps. So you can connect 2 or more applications in order to be able to automate what you find as repetitive tasks without coding or relying on a developer. So to build the integration, it's quite easy. So in this case, anyone can build their own workflows with just some few clicks from the Zapier portal. So for example, let's say you want to save email attachments from Gmail. So to Dropbox. So every time an email comes in and it has an attachment, then the way you would do it normally is you just click on that attachment and then you save to Dropbox. However, you can let something like a platform like Zapier do that for you so that anytime an email comes in, for as long as it has an attachment, it is sent, it is saved into Dropbox. So when you're talking about Zapier, so there are different terms that we'll use and I want to take you through them. So some of these terms is like a zap. So a zap in Zapier is an automated workflow between your applications. So for now, for in my example, so that is app that allows you to save your Gmail attachment to Dropbox. Now, so Zaps basically are the ones that automate tasks in the background so that you can focus on important work. And it always starts with a trigger. So a trigger is an event in your primary application that starts the Zap. So in this case, is an email with an attachment coming into Gmail. That is what would trigger the Zap to start to save this attachment into Dropbox. So that is just an example. You can also have multi-step Zaps. So with multi-step Zaps, so basically you're able to chain as many actions as you want to a single trigger. For example, so in my example, an email has come in, it has an attachment and it's saved into Dropbox. But if, let's say, I also want to receive a message on Webex Teams at the same, that event has happened, that is another step to a Zap that can be added. And you can chain as many actions as you want to that one single trigger. So in this case, the action is that event that will complete the Zap. Now, so you'll also hear, see on the labs us talking about tasks. So tasks in this case is every piece of data that you run through Zap. So in this case, let's say I received 100 emails with an attachment. So that means I'll have 100 tasks happen within Zapier. So that is the way we look at it. So in this case, we'll be using the free version. So the free trial allows you to have up to 1,000 tasks, but you can have as many Zaps as possible. So yeah, so I'll take you through what we'll be doing in the hands-on exercise. So with this, on Monday, we had the session to prep your environment, and I'm sure some of you have already signed up in Zapier. So if you haven't done so, this is what you'll be doing in the lab. So you'll need to go there and create an account. It doesn't matter which email you use. So you just need to go in there and sign up. So these are just a few steps on setting up your account. It's pretty straightforward, just an email or a password. If you need to use Google, Gmail, or to sign on, or your Facebook account, you can also do the same. And then in this lab, we're also going to create a room, a Webex Teams room, where we are going to, which we're going to interact with as we set up the workflows on Zapier. So in the lab, you'll find that the link doesn't work. So just go into your Webex Teams and create a room from there. Now, the other thing is we'll also need to create a Google spreadsheet because in this lab, what we'll be doing, we want to integrate the Google spreadsheet with Webex Teams such that I have a spreadsheet and I'm adding a number of users. So anytime I add a user, that user is added automatically into our Webex Teams room. And in this case, it will be the Webex Teams room that you'll have already created in the previous step. So one thing to note about Zapier and Google Spreadsheets. So Zapier assumes that the first row of a Google Sheet contains the column heading. So you'll need to have the headings on your Google Sheets before you start adding in the users. And then we'll go into making a Zap. So making a Zap is pretty straightforward. So once you sign in onto the Zapier portal, on the left side, you'll see a black button. I'm sure this shows red, but now it's black. So there's a black button saying make a Zap. So you just click on it and then follow the steps. So within the steps is where now you'll select what application you're trying to connect, or you want to talk to which other applications, and follow the steps in order to be able to do that. So in our case, now that we're using the Google spreadsheet, remember I talked about the trigger, and the trigger is that event that initiates the workflow on the Zap. So in our case, given that we are working with the Google Sheets, anytime you add in a new row with user details, that will be our trigger, because that is what now will initiate the Zap to happen, so that this user, using their email address, can be added onto the Webex Teams room that you'll have already created. So, of course, you'll need to give access to Google Spreadsheets from Zapier, as well as give access to your Webex Teams account, so that Zapier can be able to interact with the spreadsheet, as well as post onto your own, the room that you'll have created on Webex Teams. So in this case, while you're on the Zapier platform, you'll need to select the Google Sheet that you'll be working with. So in this case, it will be the sheet that you'll have already created where you'll be adding in the user. So that's what you search for from here, and then select sheet 1, because that's where you'll have added in the users. So once that is done, and then you add one of the users, then the trigger is set up. So remember I talked about the trigger is the one that starts the Zap. So now once the trigger has been set up, then the next step is the action. So to set up the action now, this is where we go in and integrate with the Webex Teams application. So this is just quite a highlight that you'll find on the labs. In some cases, from multi-step Zap, you might need a paid Zapier account. So if you encounter some issues, this could be the issue when you're doing the lab. So now we've already done, we've already created the Google Sheet, and now we want and added a one room, so which is a trigger. So in this case, now we want to link the Google spreadsheet to Webex Teams. So within the Zapier application, the next step would be now looking for the next application, which is Webex Teams. And then here you'll go in and select the room where you want this user added. So in the room ID, you'll search for the room that you created. You'll be provided with a list of rooms, and you select the one that you created, the one that you, whatever name that you give that. And I think in the lab, it's Zapier integration. For moderator, you select false. And then, of course, here we want to add the users that we are adding into the spreadsheet to Webex Teams using their email. So that's why you see the email in this case. So in this case, for the email, you'll have to select the email column from your spreadsheet. So that's what you'll find there as you do that on Zapier. So then the other step would be, I want to add my users, and then I want to send a message by it. So once I add, say, Lucy into this room, I want to send a message that, hello, Lucy, welcome to this room, a message like that. So that is another action. And remember, I talked about multi-step Zap. So this is a way in which you're chaining a number of actions into that one single trigger, which is adding a user into a Google Sheet. So in this case, you just create another action. And in this case, it will be post message into Teams, and then select how you want the message to be. And that's it. So once you do that, then you click run and you test your Zap. It is as easy as that. So it's quite an interesting lab, and I'm hoping you'll enjoy it. So once the lab is done, then there's also a mission that will come with it for onboarding users. In this case, you'll not be manually adding users into a Google spreadsheet, but you'll be giving them a Google form where they add in their details, and then they're automatically added to the Webex Teams room and coming with a message. So that's it about Zapier. So now we're going to go into a Kahoot of what we've just covered. And then after the Kahoot, then we'll be diving into the labs and the mission. I'm going to start the Kahoot. So I'm hoping everyone has joined. So let me start. True or false? So the answer is false. So a Zap can be made up of a trigger and one or more than one. Remember I talked about the multi-step Zaps that you can chain as many actions as possible. So it's made up of more than one action. Next question. Chin is leading. True or false? That was an easy one. It's true. You can integrate more than one app, 2 or more apps. So in my second slide, we talked about the different integration platforms as a service, which are if this, then that, Build.io, and Zapier. So VS Code is the answer. It's an IDE. Next question. True or false? The answer is true. So this is in how you're defining the workflows. So it performs each action after another. And you'll find this as you go through the labs. Chin is leading. 2 more questions. True, false? So it falls. Multi-step zaps allow you to chain very many actions, as many as you want, to a single trigger. Remember I talked about an attachment coming in and you're notified on Teams as well as it's saved to Dropbox. So more than one, that's a multi-step zap. Then, sorry, last question. True, false? Quite a number of us got this right. So yes, filters allow you to place conditions on when to do the next actions. Although to use filters in Zapier, you require a paid account, but yeah, you'll find it in the labs. So that's it. So number 3, allra, congratulations. Najib, congratulations. And the winner is Chin Chin. Okay, so that's it with the Kahoot. So you can go ahead and start the labs as well as work on the mission.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. Can you just show them where the labs are, just to kind of make sure that they know this is the one that they're really responsible to do, and just highlight the mission. So for them just to know this is the mission that they have to do as well.
Okay. Sorry. So you'll find the labs right under the previous one. The previous one was Webex Teams extensibility and security. So you'll find the lab cloud integration services. So it's quite short, so it won't take as much time. And yeah, so go through the lab to add the one that I was just highlighted, and then the mission using Google Forms.
Thank you. And just to check on the time. So how much time do we roughly have? So right now, I think it looks like we have enough time for people to really do this thing. So should we give them roughly 1 hour? Is okay, or even less? So I'm just thinking probably 55 minutes should be okay, and then we move back.
Yeah, I think 50 minutes is fine.
All right, sounds good. So obviously this will be great, and Lucy, will be great if you can just summarize for them the mission or the lab at the end, so they can see it before the before, let's say, 5 minutes before the end. In that case.
Okay, that's fine.
Sounds good. So what I'll do is I'll give you a timer for 45 minutes to do the lab and the mission. And once this is done, we'll or make it even 40 minutes, and then we'll really kind of pivot over to Lucy. She will really give you a summary of the mission and the lab, so you know exactly what was the expectation. And then we'll move on to the next one, which is the last topic or the last mission that we'll have with Webex Teams bots. You should see the counter coming up any minute. All right, team. So just do a quick time check. We have 11 minutes left for this lab section, and then we want to make sure that we give you a quick break before we start at the top of the hour. Before we finish this thing, I want to give the chance to probably Lucy to really just give you an overview of what you've done and make sure everyone is aware of it. So Lucy, can we do that in say roughly 5 minutes so we can show everybody what was the lab and the mission in this case? Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, good. So in 5 minutes, we'll really kind of start back again. And Lucy will really talk to you about what things we've actually have been doing in that case over this mission and lab, and then we'll really kind of reconvene again at the top of the hour. So make sure you post all your mission results in the mission space, because that's the one that we're going to be monitoring and taking all the names from our, let's say, different entities and organizations and participants, and making sure we do a draw at the end. So please make sure you post all your missions results in that space. Thank you. All right. So I think you're all set in that case, Lucy. I
Thank
can
you,
make you
Yaman.
presenter.
Okay. So from Teams, I can see quite a number of you have made progress on the lab and the mission. So ideally, what was expected from the lab, you are to create this spreadsheet on Google Sheets and then add some few users and then assign the membership to a room that you've already created on Teams and then send a welcome message with that. So from Zapier, this should be the series of actions or your workflow of the Zap. And then, of course, on the participant list, you'll have the list of users that you're adding onto the spreadsheet. And then on the Webex Teams room, then you should see the users being added and the message coming in. So that's what you should expect from the lab. Now, from the mission, so the mission, ideally, you are creating a form for users to be able to put in their email address. And then once this email address is put in through the form, then it's added into a spreadsheet. And then now it's from the spreadsheet that we are able to track the new rows or the new users that are being added, and then assigning the users for that email that they input into the Webex Team space, and you can go ahead and add a message etc as you add the users. So the expectations for the mission is that you'll have a room, and in the rooms you'll add the users that you're adding onto the Google Sheet. So as you can see in my Google Sheet, based on the responses from my form, I've added 2 users. So this is what you should expect. So every time you add a user, the first added into the spreadsheet, and then this is the trigger that now triggers the user being added onto Webex Teams. So that's what you should expect. It's quite an easy lab. Yeah. Over to you, Yaman.
All right, thank you very much. So this was a fun and easy one for you to do. And obviously we want to make sure that you're all kind of completing this thing and posting the mission results in that case. So make sure you do that because we want to do a draw at the end and just select 3 lucky participants who completed missions, and they'll get the chance to win prizes. Good. So that concludes the first or the second topic that we had on today's session. And right now, what we're going to do is we'll just give you a short break for roughly 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll resume back at the top of the hour, and we'll really kind of get everyone going with the chatbot. So we'll have Charles and Osama walk you through creating an actual chatbot. What does that look like? What does it take to really build one, and so forth. Some of the stuff that they really mentioned is not necessarily like the final setup for which will be probably personal use and so forth, but you can definitely take a learning from that, and we can move forward. So we'll give you another 4 or 5 minutes if you want to catch up or you want to kind of take a quick break and come back, and then we'll resume at the top of the hour. So please be there and we'll start right in time. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to be starting exactly at the top of the hour. So I'll hand it over to Charles, who really can walk you through the first part of creating Webex Team Spot. So Charles, it's over to you.
Thanks, Yaman. Give it another minute to start. All right. So in this session, we will cover more around Webex Teams bot. We briefly discussed them yesterday, part of the extensibility options, the application types, but really here we'll dig a bit deeper and see how we can create a bot and what are the components that make up all the, let's say, bot application architecture. So revisiting a bit the high-level application architecture when a bot application is involved, basically we have a automated ID, you name it, anything that you like, but this represents a machine, a bot that you either can chat to in a one-to-one fashion, or you can add to a space and then mention whenever you want to issue any command that this bot can achieve. And what happens once this is done, Webex Cloud will be sending a webhook notification to your actual application code over a publicly accessible endpoint. This is very important. And based on that notification that we get, we can tell what is the action that was done within Webex Teams. What did the user request? And then based on that, we will process, do whatever logic that we have to do based on the requirement, and then post back the message to the user. So the main constituent here of this architecture, as you have noticed, is really the concept of webhooks. This is nothing specific to Webex Teams as such. This is a commonly used concepts. And the idea behind the webhook is that it's a very efficient mechanism to do notifications, because otherwise, this is actually the problem that webhooks will try to solve. If you don't have a concept of webhook, you will have to, in a periodic manner, timely based manner, keep on asking for updates from the cloud. Do you have an update? No, etc. Which is clearly, as you can tell, would be an inefficient manner. So this is where webhooks solve this problem, and it's sometimes called reverse API because this is exactly what it does. We will register with the REST API server, in that case Webex Cloud, giving some details about what are we interested in, where should we get back the notification whenever that event that we're interested in occurred. And based on that, we will get the notification only when the event that we subscribed for occurred in a very efficient way. So in a dev test environment, or whenever you don't have really publicly accessible endpoints, like we said earlier, you can work around this with what is called a very common example called ngrok. And this is one among many other software which provide you this tunneling from a public URL to your machine or wherever your code is hosted that doesn't have natively public IP or public endpoint access. So the way this works is that you will be installing the ngrok on your end machine or wherever the code resides. And then this, we will call it the ngrok client. And then when you start it, ngrok client will initiate or request a persistent connection to ngrok cloud. And then we will get back a public URL, which is translating to our resource local host and port that we are requesting it for. So when you do that, you will get back in that example screenshot here This, in that case, will be the public URL that is being redirected or translated to your local endpoint, in that case, port 80 for your website. But building on that concept now, since we got that public URL, we can proceed with registering the webhook. Like we said, we have to register the webhook first. And this is where we will talk to Webex Cloud, providing that public URL that we got in step 4, among other parameters that we will see just in a bit. And then from that point onward, we will get back from Webex Cloud notified over this public URL whenever the event happens. So how do we actually create the webhook? This is the most important step here. We have to issue a post request to this URI, to the webhook resource on Webex Cloud API. We have to provide a couple of headers. So one is the token with an authorization header, bearer space, the access token that you're using to register, and the other header, the common MIME, JSON MIME header. And the body of that post request will be providing all the details. This is very important. There are a couple of parameters to understand here. And when this is done, we get back the success status code. We will be getting from that on triggered based notifications. So these are the parameters that we have to pass actually in that JSON body. First and foremost is the name. This is a string that identifies this specific webhook we're creating, nothing fancy here. The second one, this is the important one, which is the target URL, the publicly accessible URL. And in the example we showed earlier with ngrok, that will be the URL you got back when you created the ngrok tunnel. The third parameter is a resource, and will tell basically what is the resource that we are interested in getting webhook notifications for. Is it messages? Is it when a message is posted? Is it when a membership is changed on a room? Is it when a room is created? There are plenty of flexibility there. And then the actual event that happened on that resource. Is it something created, updated, or deleted? And you can actually be very granular in what you want to be notified about. This is by adding this optional filter here. So you can really dig into specific room IDs, person IDs, whether that person is a moderator. You can even say, for instance, does that message that was posted has an attachment? I want to only notify it when the message had an attachment versus normal text message. And this is here some examples of the filters you can use that we just talked about. And the last parameter, also something important, I would highly encourage using it, although it's not a mandatory parameter, but it's something to add some security and authenticity to the webhook. So basically you will be creating a string, a secret, and Webex teams will be using that when they will be sending the actual notifications. And the idea is that you can use it as a way to make sure this notification that you received was indeed issued by Webex Teams Cloud. So this is it from a webhook concept that you should be aware of when developing with Webex Teams. We have this hands-on lab. Should be pretty easy and simple. I would say 10 minutes should be enough to just have some hands-on the concepts we covered here. Let me paste the link on the Webex Teams space. there are any questions, team, feel free to post it on the general space or in the breakout space, and me or one of my colleagues will answer your question.
Excuse me, Charles, there is a question in the Q&A part from Tahir. So he says if the webhooks are the same as using sockets.io for websites. So I don't know if you can answer that.
Yeah, it's not the same. There are both options actually. We didn't cover WebSockets in this session, but yeah, that's another option that you can use. Last time I checked, it wasn't a GA feature. It was still in beta or EFT. But yeah, we can check again and see if it's something GA that you can be using. In WebSockets, I think one benefit would be that you would not need to have the publicly accessible URI, and in that case, using some tunneling in case you are not hosting it in the public cloud or with on a domain registered endpoint. But otherwise, yeah, you can use webhooks. So yeah, the short answer, this lab that we have here and the actual session that we have is not covering WebSockets, but it's an option. Any other questions? Okay, so let's have the timer for 10 minutes for the hands-on exercise. Okay, time is over. Any challenges faced with the hands-on exercise?
We have 3 cases.
I'll pass it on to my colleague then, Osama, for part 2. To you, Osama.
Please pass me the ball as well. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
you're the presenter now.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Osama. I know we are approaching the end of the second day, so we are going to make it more exciting for today's module. Let me just share my screen. So I hope you can see my screen. Up until now, we were able to chat and interact with chatbots that are already made by someone else. Today, actually, we're gonna create our own chatbot using our own code. Before we move to do that, let's first talk about the architectural principle behind the chatbots. So first, we would need to create a chatbot under developer.webex.com, and we will give it a name there. After we give it a name, it will generate an access token valid for 100 years, rather than the 12 hours we were experiencing with the personal access token. I'm feeling like there is a question here in Kahoot about this, so I'm just giving you a heads up. So yeah, better be focused here. So after we create the chatbot under developer.webex.com, we will create the webhook Charles was talking about to send the notification to the code that we are running on our local machine. So obviously that local machine needs to be publicly accessible. So we have 2 scenarios here. Move to the next slide. So in a production environment, you would have 2 options, either to utilize a public cloud like AWS or Google Cloud. So obviously when you have a virtual machine there, you're running your code, you will have the public IP address or the public URL. The second option is to utilize the DMZ. So it will forward the notification to your data center or the enterprise network where your code is. That will definitely take the data, apply the logic, process it, and send back the response back to the Webex Cloud platform. In the second environment, in a development environment, we can use ngrok, as Charles was talking about, as a tunneling infrastructure. So basically, what ngrok will do here, it will create a public URL that forwards the traffic it's receiving from the webhook to the local machine at a specific port you are specifying. And your code should be listening to that specific port as well. So this will create a routing pattern from the webhook to the public URL created by ngrok and then to the local host at that specific port. Before we jump to the mission and hands-on exercise, let's please do a Kahoot. So, sorry. So let's run the Kahoot. I hope everybody is ready. So this is the pen. Let us see. And you can also come up with interesting names as well. So we have Najib joining, Taher, Arslan. Oh, okay. There is one guy with 0.0.0.0.
Yeah, we should not be allowing wildcard masks in that case, Osama, but it's okay. We're just going to do it this time.
Sorry?
We should not be allowing default gateways or wildcard masks, so any routing should actually have a full IP address.
Yes. So I see we have 46. Do we have anybody joining us? Oh, it looks like we are all here. Let's start the Kahoot. I hope everybody's ready. So, first question. The access token of a Webex Teams bot lasts 12 hours, 100 years, forever, 5 minutes. That's exactly what I said there, and I gave you a hint. All right. All right. Majority of you got it right. 3 of you got it forever, which is, technically correct because 100 years can be forever. I can see your logic there. So let's see who is at the top. We have Najib and 0.0.0 and Chin again. True or false? Bots must be mentioned, it should be mentioned in a group space in order to be notified. We have seen this from yesterday as well. All right. I hope everybody is getting it correct. All right, majority of you got it correct. Good. Let's see who's in the top. Oh, Chin is at the first place, followed by Jordan first, and then Najib. Which statement is wrong? So wrong statement, we are looking for wrong statement. Enroll creates a virtual tunnel between your PC and the internet, should be used for production environment, should be used for testing purposes, forwards HTTP and HTTPS traffic. So we're looking for the wrong statement. All right, majority of you got it right as well. So I see folks choosing forwards HTTP and HTTPS traffic. So obviously this is correct. As Charles showed you, when you actually create the ngrok, it forwards the traffic it's getting from the URL to your local host. And the URL is HTTP and HTTPS, obviously. So bot at the first place, followed by Chin and 0.0.0.0, wildcard mask. The last question, true or false? Bots must be hosted at a publicly hosted URL. And I'm expecting all of you to get it right. That was actually a hint, but okay. All right, most of you got it right, but there is 17 of you got it wrong. So yes, bots must be hosted at a publicly hosted URL in order for the Webex cloud to find it. So, the webhook is sending the notification somewhere, and that somewhere needs to be accessible, and it will be accessible by using a publicly hosted URL. All right, let's see who got it. Podium. We have the wildcard mask at the third place. Diesel at the second place, and the first place goes to Chin. All right, congrats, Chin. All right, let's the presentation. All right, so we will be moving to the hands-on exercise, but before we move on to the hands-on exercise, we are actually going to configure, deploy, and test an interactive Webex Teams bot application hosted on your local PC. So actually, I wanted to help you with that, so I will do it live. So that will help you tremendously in the hands-on exercise. So what do we need to do first? As I explained earlier, we need to create a chat. So if we go here to Webex, developer.webex.com, you should go here to your account, click on my Webex application, and then create a new application. So obviously you would need to create a bot. For me, I already have created that, and that's the bot I created. So I gave it a name here. So that is the name you will be using inside of the Webex Teams to find it. So it generated an access token, again, valid for 100 years. So now if you actually go to the Webex Teams, you can find this chatbot, but if you interact with it, nothing will happen because there is nothing in the background. And make sure when you do this, you copy the access token to somewhere that is accessible because you're going to use it for the webhook, you're going to use it for the code as well. And you can see here, I cannot see it. You have to regenerate the access token, and this is for security purposes. So keep it somewhere accessible to you. Now I created the chatbot, I need to come up with a code. So inside the lab, it will tell you to open this code. Don't worry about it. It's written in the lab where exactly to find it. And it will ask you to modify only one thing. That is inside the launch.json, you're gonna paste the access token you just generated here. And then the actual Python code would reference that. However, in the VS Code, you need to change the environment path to reference your variables in the environment. So you have two options here. If you want to stick to the VS Code, I highly recommend you to not waste your time in troubleshooting that, and just write bearer equals the access token you just copied. So let us do it here. Second option, you can run this code in any terminal you have and you're familiar with, and you know how to manage that. So for this, just to make it simple for everybody, and that's the only thing we will do here. So we are hard writing the access token to the bearer. Then we're gonna run this. So you see here, your code is listening to a port 8080, so localhost port 8080. So everything is running and the code is expecting the traffic and the notification from the webhook. So what we need to do here, we need to make this localhost at 8080 publicly available with a public URL. And that is the job of Enroll. I recommend you to either open another terminal because you cannot have, because it's running here. You can create another terminal here to launch the Enroll. Or if you prefer, and I also prefer that, to have an external terminal for ngrok. So make sure you are in the directory where your ngrok is. For me, this is the directory. And then you write ngrok http 8080. Click enter. So ngrok 8080, it will generate two URLs, one HTTPS and one HTTP. So both of them, they are forwarding the traffic to the local host at port 8080. Obviously, we prefer to use the one with HTTPS. We all know the reason why. So we will copy this. And now what we need to do, we need to create the webhook. So Webex Cloud will know where exactly my machine is by the public URL. So for that, you need to go to developer.webex.com, which you just did for the previous lab. Go to the REST API, and you will see here the webhook section, create a webhook. So what you need to do here, you need to do what Charles explained to you. So first, use the access token you just generated. So this is not the access token, this is the public URL. So the access token, I need to copy it from either the code or from anywhere you have it. I'm gonna copy the access token and paste it here. You can give it any name. For me, I'll write just test XYZ, for example. For the resource, we will write messages because we want the webhook to be invoked only when we are writing messages. As another option, you can have membership. So for example, if you want your chatbot, whenever it's adding to a new space to introduce itself. Hi, I'm a bot, you can use me like this and that. For the sake of simplicity, we're just writing messages. And for the event, we are writing created. So now we run the webhook. So we are getting the response 200. So everything is fine. We were successfully created the webhook. Now, theoretically, the bot should be working and everything should be fine. Let's go to Webex Teams, find the chatbot I just created. So it's DevNet. So remember the name you gave it to it. So for me, I gave it a name, DevNet Awesome Bot. So let's say, help me. Let us, okay. There is an issue here. Let's just fix it. I think I changed something by mistake. So let's try one more time, shall we? Yes, it's working. So now you see the chatbot responded back to me, and that was actually a good debugging exercise. So now the chatbot is up and running. This is all regarding the practice lab, the hands-on lab. For the mission, after we finish with this, there is a mission we have to do as well. So the mission, we're going to create a bot that whenever you mention it in a room, it's able to ban users, remove them from that particular room, and prevent them from rejoining. This is going to be really interesting. So inside the lab, it will tell you which code you have to open. So it's ban code. So here you will see different comments where you have to read and modify a few things. First, don't forget to change this, as we said. So paste your access token, first thing, and then you'll see these green comments to fix things. You see a couple of them here in the code. I'll give you just a small hint here. So just pick one of them. Let's say for this one, make sure the correct variable names are referenced in the function. So whenever you see a comment, it refers to the section above it, not below it. So there is something wrong in this section. And apparently it says here the variable names. So we see here, nothing looks wrong here. And there is here some referencing. So room ID references room. So we are passing room here as a parameter from the function. And also person email references, it's actually here. It references your email in the code. So here you need to change this. So obviously this is wrong. You need to make sure it's the same variable. The second one, I'll give you a quick hint again. So it says the API URL is incomplete. So we need to complete the URL. First, let's understand what is this doing. So this is a membership. So we're getting the membership. And the URL, it's just using base URL. If you go off, you'll see here, this is the URL it's using. Obviously, this is incomplete. We need to fill it. How we do this, if you go to the developer.webex.com, you see all the REST APIs here. So we are interested in memberships. So if you click memberships, you will see the answer here. So I cannot give you more hints than this, but your answer definitely resides here. So I will give you 30 minutes. If we need more, please let us know to finish this. So do the hands-on exercise and move to the mission. Feel free to ask all the proctors, and we are here to help you. All right. So now it's 2:41. We'll be back at 3:10. So we have around 15 minutes. Please let us know if you have questions, if you are stuck somewhere. The proctors are waiting for your questions. We have 15 minutes. Ten more minutes. I hope it's going smoothly for everybody. Let's add 5 more minutes, as I see some of you are getting few errors, so we'll have 5 minutes more. So good. I see a couple of you already have done the mission. So well done. So 2 more minutes and we'll continue with the rest of it. So one quick tip for people who are asking about accessing the variables from the environment, I will share my screen. So this is for Arwa and the people who are facing the same issue. So in the bandbot, please change this line from os.environment.get, the variable, to your access token. Please write the access token directly here and try it this way. All right, so it's 3:15 GMT plus 3. Let's continue with the rest of this module. So you can also do the mission and the hands-on exercise after this. You have it all the time. So moving on, so up until now, the interaction we have with the chatbot is basically using a simple text. We're excited to announce that you can actually have cards that has graphical user interface provided to your bot. And that actually allows you to have a buttons list, and you can have images there. So as you can see here, it provides a better user interface experience, and it provides you with a lot of flexibility whenever you're implementing your code. Just to show you an example, so actually from yesterday, one of the missions was about to interact with the pull chatbot. So you were there presented with a card, but to give you a better example here, let's find this card school. So it's a nice way to show you. So you can see here, you are presented with the card. So you can see here, there is an image, there is text, there are some buttons you can click on. If you click here, you can go to the different lessons this one has. If you want to go sequentially, you can click here. And you can also unfold this section where you can actually click some URLs, and also you can enter your feedback. So as you can see here, it's a very nice way to provide a better user interface to your users. Just to give you a quick way to how to work with the cards and how to add it to your code, there is a link in the presentation. You can obviously read more about it. So you can see here, it talks all about buttons and cards, and it tells you here the flow of the webhook and the interaction. One interesting thing here to talk about is the webhook for the card. So you need just one webhook for the entire card. And it's the same way as Charles was explaining to you how to create a webhook. But the difference here, inside resource, instead of writing messages, you would write attachment actions. So this will give you an indication that this one is actually a card. So inside of your code, you can see this and interact with it as a card. When you receive the JSON file from the webhook, you can write like an if statement to check, for example, if this resource is attachment action, then you can treat it differently. And there is the data section, which doesn't have obviously useful data, but it has an ID, and this is actually for security purposes. So combining this ID with the access token that you should be the only one who have that, you can send a GET request appending this ID with attachment /action/ the ID, and inside of the header, you are writing the access token. You can retrieve the data. So here in the response, you will have this. So inside of the inputs, you see there is the name, the URL, email, telephone number. So obviously this card was asking user to enter these things. So you can extract this useful data and do your logic with it. Sorry. What's frameworks? So there are actually a few frameworks, very useful one. There is the BotKit that is powered by Node. So if you are more familiar with JavaScripting, you can use this BotKit, and it will allow you to create faster bots and play with it faster. There is also Botlight. If you want to make your bot to be more smart and more intelligent, it can be based on NLP or natural language processing. So we found this conversational AI with, for example, Google Homes, Alexa. So there is actually Cisco MindMelt, which is an enterprise level for this conversational AI. We open sourced it last year. And this is actually what we are using to power the Webex assistant inside of our video endpoints, if you are familiar with Webex assistant. So the Botlight is based on MindMelt, and it's in beta. So obviously you can click here on this link, you can create your domain, and you can interact with it. If you need to know more about MindMelt, that's also a useful link. You can read more about it. So what we learned today, we learned how to interact with webhooks, how to create webhooks, how to create a chatbot inside of your local machine. Also, we talked about bots frameworks. Having said that, I will pass it to my colleague Charles to move to the next section. Charles, let me pass you the.
Yeah, thanks, Osama. We just have to do the quiz at the end, the Kahoot, because due to a technical problem, we couldn't do it after or before the hands-on of webhook section. Let's do that real quickly. I'll paste in the code on the chat as well.
Charles, are you sharing your screen?
Yeah.
All right, now we can see it.
Can you hear the music as well?
Not the music.
Yeah. That's the problem that I always have. Okay, we'll start in 10 seconds. So if you're still trying to join, please be quick.
Good.
Three, two, one. We're starting. Indeed, the majority got it right. So webhook is an efficient way for event notification. Moving on. Gang is leading. Very good. The post request to webhooks resources. We have emoji leading. Third question. Indeed, scope is not a valid parameter to be passed in the body. Exclamation mark is leading now. And the last question. So not the majority got it right. It's an optional thing to remember. It's an optional secret, and it's using SHA-1 authentication. All right, let's see what the top 3 ones. Exclamation mark. Game. Very well done. Any questions, team, on this session? So in that case, we can take a 15-minute break and then resume with the next and final session of the day.
Sounds very good. Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you, Osama.
No problem.
And don't keep in mind that we still have the draw at the end. So I just uploaded all the names, and we'll have a very nice draw at the end. So let's see who's going to be the winners. So looking forward to that.
شبيك؟ يا أنا أخلص شي مشغل تفلش سنوار لا فتحت شوي ما شغال فتحين فتحين What do you think?
Okay, we're starting in 1 minute.
So team, I think this is very exciting. This is the last session, so make sure you're there, and we'll do the final draw afterwards. And then we'll not kind of keep you holding any longer. I know it's been very tough, let's say virtually for 2 days, but very much appreciate the great commitment we're having so far. And we want to make sure that we select 3 lucky winners at the end. So let's do this final session and then we'll move forward.
All right. Thanks everyone for holding on till the last of the second day with us here. So this session, we will really see the holistic view building on top of all the concepts we've covered in those 2 days. We started with some programmability basics, Python, we covered REST API concepts, then Webex Teams, APIs, bots, and all the integration extensibility options. So here we look into, okay, after seeing all these concepts and doing the hands-on labs, the missions, how can I take it home and start developing real life solutions here on top of Webex Teams? So what we'll cover here is the different options you have. It's nice to see them as levels here because it's really, this is how you can look at it. Like we tell people around network programmability, you cannot immediately start flying, right? So you have to start crawling, walking, running, and then you can start flying. So it's exactly the same when it comes to working with Webex Teams integrations. You can start with what we call here level 1, some simple chat ops, notifiers, watchers, as we've seen yesterday. Simple logic to achieve something that otherwise would be a tedious task that you have to do manually. And then you can take this one step beyond, leveraging natural language processing, advanced AI type of frameworks to make that bot, let's say, having more human type of interaction instead of being a very simple, strict chat or command line based only. And then you can take it forward by really making more integrations, like business process type of integration, orchestration, integrating different entities together to hopefully be able to develop something like enterprise grade type of applications. And why not getting it posted on App Hub, the marketplace we've seen yesterday. So starting with the simple chat ops notification type of apps. Here, it's really simple. You can leverage the integration platform as a service, iPaaS, we've seen, like IFTTT is up here. You can use all the tools there are around testing. You can leverage Postman. Of course, here you will have to rely heavily on REST API or some SDKs. Documentation is a key here. I can't stress this well enough. You have to really refer to how things are done in documentation. There is a forum, there are sample apps, some sample codes you can get started using. The learning labs on developer.cisco.com. So plenty of references. Basically, you will be using RESTful REST APIs and some DB standard connectors, because you may want to fetch data from a database or write data to some database. And of course, in terms of data types, JSON is by far the most common at this stage to be used, although other options may be leveraged as well. And you can make, of course, web type of integrations, not only like only a bot as such. So at a very high level, this type of solutions here can be represented with this diagram. So you have your business app on the left. This is the code that you've written. that can be integrated or polling data from different entities using REST API interface. And then it will be basically written as a bot that you have created. And this will be the bot using its own identity that will be interacting with the users, maybe sending notifications to some rooms or in one-to-one fashion whenever something in the back end here on the business app side occurs. Taking this one step beyond, we can leverage, as we said, more natural language processing. Here, for the sake of completeness, you can, as a step 1.5, if you will, you can leverage what Osama showed earlier, the interactive cards and forms that you have. And this is a very useful way to have a better interface versus a purely CLI-based interface with some lengthy commands that you may have to chat. So that can be something to leverage. But otherwise, for really more human type of interaction, you can use NLP frameworks here. These two are the most common out there, Dialogflow and IBM Watson. So thanks to the advancement in this field with AI, NLP, now these tools are available for you to leverage. The average developer can make use of them in a very simple integration. And yeah, Webex Teams apps here will be no exception. So in terms of architecture of this app, it's very similar to the previous one, except that you will have more conversational style of interaction with the bot on the user side. The bot can be remembering more the previous request or conversation and using that to develop or to provide more complex or more advanced interaction. It will be leveraging that engine in the back end here. We talked about like Dialogflow. So this is here, can be integrated with Webex Teams to be able to provide this additional level of intelligence or more mimicking the human type of conversation. So to move to the next two levels here, I'll pass it on to Yaman.
Thank you very much, Charles. And just let me very quickly present, so we'll move it forward. Okay. And obviously, as Charles mentioned, we're really kind of doing it into phases. So you really kind of have easy way of managing things. So we really want to kind of make sure you take this baby step first. You understand how you're doing it. You're testing it all out, and then you move forward. So step one, we did the simple notification. Step two, we added the natural language processing for some small talk. Step three, let's make that interaction more meaningful, because right now I'm just kind of sending out notifications. I'm doing small talk from a ready-made knowledge base that's built in inside any NLP engine these days. But what you want to do is you want to really kind of get more meaningful information. When you do that webhook and you want to really kind of get some additional data, you want that something that's really kind of more meaningful for you. So if the user is asking, let's say this is a Salesforce, or let's say a CRM application. So you're really kind of saying there's a new sales lead, or there's a new activity, or there's a new request, or there's new ticket being opened, and you're sending it over to the user in that case. The other way is the user wants to query. I'm looking for a document. I'm looking for something like this. This is not an NLP. NLP will just help you understand the intention, but then you have to really move forward and say, well, what else is that user looking forward to do? And that's when you integrate that NLP engine that Charles mentioned, like Dialogflow as an example, with your business app in this case. Well, how are you going to do that? That's the question. So the best way to really do that is you need to really start modifying your simple bot that you really kind of put in on a simple server in that case, and have more intelligence for it. So be able to really handle requests in this case. So a simple way of doing that is by building a LAMP stack. And LAMP stack is, LAMP stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and depending on your flavor, it could be Python, it could be PHP, whichever programming language you want to have. And it's a ready-made, let's say, stack that you can actually just get for free on the internet, right? So it will give you the web services. That's typically Apache in that case. It will give you the Python, let's say, scripting language, and will give you the MySQL, which is going to be your database. Now, are these things set in stone? Can you change them? Can you have Nginx instead of Apache? Can you change MySQL with something else like Postgres? Of course you can. It's totally up to you how you want to do it. Can you change the programming language? Of course you can. I mean, we're really kind of talking about APIs, REST-based APIs. They can really extend it anywhere. Can you have a different operating system? Same thing. Do you need to deploy it on a VM or a Docker? Let's say container. That's up to you. Again, all these things are actually available for you. Examples of frameworks, just have to make sure if you're using Python, if you want to use a web framework with that, you need to really have something that's quite simple and easy and can understand Python. So it could be Flask, which can really route things over there. And if you want to have more like a content management system, you can take an advanced one like Django. If there was a question about sockets, if you want to really do a lot of free-time sockets, maybe Tornado is for you, or you take Pyramid and so forth. So it's really kind of a flavor of how you do things. Now let's look at the diagram that Charles shared, right? We had the same thing on the right side. There are no changes. And he mentioned a very good thing about using buttons and cards. So you reduce the chatter, how many times that user has to input requests in this case. So your business app, in that case, will need to talk to that LAMP stack that you're actually going to set in. And that's going to be slightly different because right now it will actually give you a front-end interfacing for doing REST API calls with the NLP engine. So it's your NLP engine will not just kind of say, oh, okay, well, I have an answer and I got my intent and my answer is ready-made for my FAQ. But no, I've got something else. I need to really dig deeper. So most NLP engines will allow you to extend that to do REST API call or database lookup and so forth. And you can do that. And that will give you more power and more capabilities in this case. Does it have to be all cloud like I'm showing you here? No, it can be an on-prem deployment. But once we really go to an on-prem deployment, you have to be careful because you're not going to be able to really get any incoming traffic in this case. Outgoing is not going to be an issue for you. It's just the incoming stuff, the webhook kind of stuff is going to be your issue. So you have to make sure you have a public IP. I don't think there will be many of you who will have a public IP inside that enterprise to do this thing. So what you need is you need to make sure you have some sort of reverse proxy for you. So think of something like Nginx in that case, and that would really kind of ferry traffic over to the intended application they want in the backend. That's one consideration, or your application can be all hosted in the cloud and you can take a cloud service like GCP or AWS and you can move forward with it. Okay, so right now what we've done is we're able to redo more interactions. But a lot of the times as people say, I can do my things inside Webex Teams, that's good. But a lot of times it's actually I'm not interfacing with Webex Teams. So you've heard that yesterday and today about the SDK. So we can really package things, all of our, let's say, API calls together inside an SDK, and that SDK we can embed it inside a framework. And that framework could be web-based, or it could be mobile in that case, and you can really select whichever one you want to have in this case. So we have one, like we have an SDK for Node.js. If this is like a Node.js JavaScript-based application, you can do that. We have it for if I want to really embed it into, let's say, a web-based cross-platform like React Native, something like this, and I want to really call it, I can do that. If I am a mobile platform, I want to really be able to do it, so I have to really call the SDK, the Webex Teams SDK. So we actually have native libraries that you can really plug it in inside your mobile app code, whether that's on iOS or Android. Just make sure these are native libraries. If you need to really call them from, let's say, a hybrid environment or a hybrid web-based environment on the mobile devices, the SDK would require you to really have a plugin. So you need to have something like a Cordova plugin and so forth. Just be aware of these requirements. Now, the difference in this scenario from the prior one is we are coming to the business app. So we're saying your CRM application or your warehouse and supply chain or your kind of ticketing system or whatever it is, we're going to embed our SDK inside this application, and we'll make it much simpler and easier for people to interact with the services, whether that's creating stuff, asking stuff, replying to stuff, notifying them things as well. And that actually gives you more business process integration and more value. How does that architecture look like? Now, there isn't one architecture that will set everything in stone, but on a high level, you're still going to have your kind of NLP engine, and your SDK will be embedded. That's the difference, is your SDK will be inside that business app. Now, I'm not saying it's like literally, but it's kind of feel from that UX perspective, it will be inside that app and will allow you to really have that communications being communicated over and then channeled back to the NLP engine and to the backend they want to really have. It could be a web widget. It could be a framework like an SDK that you can put it inside your application. So you have the flavor and you can start doing things. So when the doctor wants to really chat with the patient and do online consultation, they don't need to really say, oh, you need to open up our healthcare app and then you cross launch to another app. No, it can be the same thing. It can be all embedded inside their single business app for virtual consultation services. You embed the SDK inside that app in this case. That's obviously the best way that we see it. Now, does it have to be always this way? Can I change the NLP? Yeah, maybe you're just doing voice and video calling. In that case, you don't need the NLP and you just need the SDK just to kind of call in, and you want to kind of queue it back on a contact center for queuing mechanisms and visual IVR and so forth. So it really depends on the scenario you want to have. We're just giving you a flavor. If you want text-based messaging and this is how you want to scale your app, these are the 4 different levels that can give you an easy way, a mechanism of moving forward. You've already seen flavors of these 4. So it's up to you how you want to really get through, but it gives you a very simple step-by-step. Try it out, start with the notifications, add the NLP, like you've seen, do more integration in the back end, and then look into integrating to business applications at the end. And with that, I think we'll just kind of wait if you have any questions, check if you have any questions for us. This is the last session that we have. So just kind of checking Charles and myself and the team. Do we have any questions to really address before we move forward? There was, I'm seeing one question, is the DevNet Express learning track is enough for passing DevNet certification exam for a software developer? So that's a good question. It's close, so it's very close in that case. And Charles, you probably want to chime in a little bit more in terms of between DevNet Express and the actual DevNet. I'm assuming this is DevNet Associate, by the way, DevNet Associate exam.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very good question. It's a very big help, I would say. It will get you at least by 50% covered, if not more. You just have to catch up a bit on the rest of the platforms. So there is a big chunk related to Cisco platform APIs. It's not only Webex Teams, what we've covered in this event. You have to check things around the other components in the enterprise networking, data center, etc. But all the foundation part, you have it. So I would say it will be a very small step.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing the other question, is there a DevNet to address Webex meetings integration? That's a good point. So we didn't show you that, and probably it's because it's not released yet, but the team really talked to you quickly about it, that we actually have APIs for Teams, as you know, but then we actually have APIs for meetings. And these APIs are just getting released. So they're actually in beta mode right now, and they should be released very soon in this case. So if you want to really kind of get the list of meetings you want to really have, you should be able to start getting that. This is in beta mode as we speak.
It's kind of the main place you are looking for development on Webex. You can go to developer.webex.com, and there you can see probably everything related to development on Webex.
Yes, that's correct. It doesn't have necessarily everything they want to really have. So let me probably just show you what you'll get with this one. So obviously, if you wanted to get the meeting piece, this is not, and as I mentioned, this is not fully there yet. So, but you can have, if I can just share my screen, you can probably have this thing very soon. So you'll have additional meeting invitees, meeting preferences, meeting details. So you'll find these information kind of coming in. So once you really get enabled for the beta, or you can request that, or you really kind of wait a little while. I'm not sure about the exact release date, but we can have this thing available as well. So you can find more information about your meetings if you'd like to. Another question, is there an API that initiates a video conference call within a space in this case? So basically you want to really initiate a call to a space. Good question. So you can initiate a video call to the space URI if you want to, if that's the question.
Yeah, there is an additional endpoint that I'll send it on our general space now that you can call. It will return to you the SIP address and all the meeting related info. And that's a really good question, because part of your automation task that you're doing, sometimes after an incident happened, you will automatically create a room. So you can use this one to even automatically initiate the conference call among all the participants. That's the main use case. So yes, it's possible.
Excellent. All right. Are there any additional questions? Is there a website or somewhere where we can know what API is released by product from each BU? There's a new one for Call Manager CMS. We can go through this website to know all the new APIs. So everything on developer.cisco.com, just to answer that question. But the API releases, each business unit will have their own cadence and their own, let's say, release schedule. So you need to check the release notes, for example. So let's give you an example. CMS, you mentioned it's right now it's release 2.9. I believe it just got released this month. So you should have access to CMS 2.9 APIs. The API documentation for that is released in the release notes, and then eventually we'll reconcile with everything that's on developer.cisco.com. So just check out the release notes for the product. It will tell you these are the new APIs that we've added, for example. So you find like there's a new lock mechanism inside 2.9. This has actually been reflected in the APIs that you see. So that's an enhancement that came in 2.9 as an example. Is there a demo for NLP integration inside Teams? Yes, there is. If you want to try out integrations with Dialogflow, there is a way where you can actually do it without doing much coding. It's there, but I think it's not going to be there for a long time. Google is probably going to deprecate that next month. But yes, we do have one for NLP integration that you can find in this case. So that's actually going to be available for you. You can try it out. We can probably just post the link for that in the chat window as well.
They're actually deprecating the
are there any other
they're like deprecating the direct integration that talks with Webex directly, but you can maintain that integration from their open source. So you can still do it, but it's going to be more difficult. And you would need Google Cloud for that. So they are kind of forcing you to enroll there.
Yeah, so it's they're saying they want more. So obviously they moved it to open source. I think it's already published, Osama, right? I've seen it's probably on GitHub.
Yeah, it is there, but you need to maintain the communication. So previously there is an integration toggle. So you just toggle it. You provide the access token inside the Dialogflow, and then you have the integration from there. But now you kind of have to maintain that.
Yep, sounds good. Good. I see sharing the link. I'm assuming that's going to be for the DevNet Express sessions or for the NLP. So we'll share both links in this case. All right. Are there any other questions? Any APIs to integrate with Crestron in this case, or AV products in this case? So Good question. So this is typically on the video endpoint. So we have the X commands that's been there for quite some time, and you can do typically SSH and do X commands on the video endpoints. We recently started adding REST APIs as well. So you should actually check out the latest documentation on our video endpoints and the release notes. You'll find it actually from it's I think .9 release. I'm not sure about the exact release, but it was the latest release that we have. So check it out, and we actually have right now REST API calls that you can actually embed inside or with our video endpoints. So that's an additional option as well. Obviously, you have to make sure if it's a private IP, you have access to that IP. But the X command integration is still there if you want to do it. If you want to do REST API, with some, we'll keep adding functionalities to it. So don't expect everything that's an X command in the REST APIs, but that's something that's coming up over time. So that's being introduced, or that has been introduced for the past 1 year and so. Good. So let's give it one last shot if there's any questions. Well, if there are no more questions, then what we'll do right now is let's get the most exciting part at the end, which is giving the giveaways. So we have 3 online gift cards that we want to do, and we were actually handed over to 3 lucky winners. So what we've done is we looked at all the ones that we actually can have, and we're just going to do it right now. So let me just open up my VS Code. And we just kind of, I picked up all the members that we have from the list, from our kind of, from our complete list of attendees for the missions. So whoever really completed the mission, we added them to that space. And then I looked into all the participants. So I took out all the Cisco folks. So out of the 58, I think we had around 20 were actually non or Cisco guys, and the remaining are actually all eligible in that case. So out of this list, we're going to have 3 lucky winners, and I don't know who they are. Now, one condition we wanted to really have, just to maximize this opportunity for everybody, it will be 1 winner per company or per partner. So if you're, let's say, partner X, and there's one that's a winner, and there's someone else who wants to really gets to be drawn, and they win the same thing, we'd like to really have another partner to really be a winner as well. So apologies about that, but just kind of a way where we can make sure that we have maximum number of our partners also winning as well at the same time. So let's start off and run the script and see what would actually happen. So we're going to start off with the drum roll, and you can see that we have 38 participants. And let's see, the first winner will be Ailul Akbash from CCOM, I believe. Congratulations, Ailul. I think great news, and I think you should be very happy with this thing. And the second winner we have is Sagar Saxna from Al Khalili. So thank you very much, or Sakar. In that case, sorry about that, but about the pronunciation, from Al Khalili. And congratulations on this thing. And there's no draw because that's a different name and different partners. So that's really good. And let's see, the third winner for us for today will be. Congratulations. So that's going to be Hakeem Qadir from Signum. These are actually our 3 winners for today's session. I want to thank you very much for coming in today. And we're very happy that we have these 3 winners. You should expect a gift card kind of coming in. I know we're all working virtually, so we'll really make sure that this is an online gift card, so it'll be easy for you to redeem and use. And that will be the last thing that we have for today. I want to thank all the participants for staying with us over these 2 days. It's been really great and awesome to really have you working virtually, working from home, and coming and stepping up for the challenge to complete all the missions and complete 2 days of cloud collaboration for programmability. I want to also thank all the proctors and the presenters that we have. So they really put in the hours and the really a lot of preparation that had to really go beforehand and make sure that we do all of these things for you. And then afterwards to really be able to move and have this amazing outcomes for you. So I want to thank all the proctors and presenters for their preparation, dedication, and for taking the time to help out with the different sessions over these 2 days. Last thing I want to say is we want you to really think this is a series of things. So obviously this is the partner DevNet Express, or this is DevNet Express for you. This is going to be a series. So this is the first one. Based on the interest and demand, we actually can expand this thing to really have additional sessions in this case. So we can really look into having a second session, third one. The most important thing is we want you all to apply to the Partner Innovation Challenge. This is going to be the big thing that we want you all to be successful at. And don't forget that the deadline that Julio mentioned today is July 15th. So it's been extended for next month, 2 months. So you have time to really decide and apply on that Partner Innovation Challenge. There's $200,000 for the top prize. So I'm expecting each one to really look for some use cases that you can apply. You can check out some of the previous winners, what they've actually done. So you can compare and say, we're close or we still have some work to do. Anyway, that's until September timeframe. After the session, there will be a quick survey that will be sent out to all the participants. So please make sure you fill out the survey. This is very important for us. We value your time and we want to make sure if there's anything that you found was very good for you and very positive, please let us know. If there's anything that you want to give us some comments on and for us to improve on the next virtual delivery, please let us know as well. So expect that survey to really kind of be released at any time. Number 4, all the presentations that we've done over these 2 days are going to be posted on the same box link that we shared with you. So we'll really make sure we collect them all and post them on that same link. So please check that one out. We'll paste that in this space as well. Second thing is we want to make sure that you actually know that all the recordings that we have are actually live on YouTube. So you can check yesterday's session. We'll give you the link one more time in case you missed it. And today's session, which is still streaming until now, we'll post that actually also the link for the YouTube session. So you can review it at any time. This is the complete for 2 days for your own reference. And if you need access to the labs afterwards, access to anything on developer.webex.com, nice thing about it, it's online already. So you can do that 24/7, anytime you'd like to. You can continue working with the labs and would be happy to really support on, let's say, some of the small questions you might have about any of the items that we have over these 2 days. So feel free to ask us and we'll try our best to really get back to you on any questions. With that, I want to really thank you again for coming in. And I wish you all a very pleasant rest of the day and rest of the week for you. And look forward to seeing you again on another DevNet Express virtual delivery. Thank you.